Okay, good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all of you that are here. I'd like to say a big thanks for all of you to be here this morning. There's a few empty seats. We hope a few more people will join over the course of the morning. But we're happy to have you here at this morning's session, and we want to very briefly introduce our main panel, just so that you can see who they're here. But I'll then try to give a few opening remarks, followed by opening remarks from each of the panelists, and then we'll have a question and answer session for that. We do want to try and make this a little interactive, so there will be time for questions from the audience. So please, when you're listening in, if you've got a question, write it down, and we can ask during the question and answer session. If you give your name and the organization you're with, we'll try and make sure it's participatory. But the panel with us today here, we have Mr. Nambi Apparadai, who's the WRI Director from India, joining us today, so pleasure to have you here. We have Mr. Leal Randini, who's with the Ministry of Environment with Sri Lanka as the Director of Climate Change Secretariat. We have Dr. Shin, who's working with the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth here in the Republic of Korea, and he's acting as the Chairperson of the Climate Change Adaptation Subcommission. Followed by Mr. Sanjay Kumar Bhowmik, who's with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change from Bangladesh. Pleasure to have you here. And last but by no means least, Ms. Maria Holzberg, who is the Deputy Regional Director for UN Women. So thank you very much for all joining us here today. So to start with, I think our task here today is to explore the interconnectedness of the 5 enablers of climate adaptation and resilience building. And these are namely policy and governance, planning and programming, science and assessments, technologies and practices, and finance and investments. It sounds like 5 has turned into 10, but there's a lot of complicated issues to deal with. And these interconnected enablers drive and shape each other, so that if we're focusing only 1 or 2 of these to the detriment of the others, we're not going to be able to provide successful adaptation outcomes. But it's also worth digging deeper into what we consider successful climate adaptation. Successful adaptation does not only depend on these 5 enablers, but also it recognizes the interconnectedness and how it's not just influenced by these interlinked enablers, but also by the interconnectedness of our societies, our economies, and indeed our ecosystems. So in a globalized world, an impact from climate change in one country or one community, it can generate risks to people in another, not just passing between the neighboring countries, but often cascading across countries, sometimes thousands of miles apart. And this can affect and disrupt trade and supply chains. It can affect food security. It can affect migration and indeed the livelihoods of many people. So we need to understand these cascading and complex issues. Our adaptation efforts can also have unintended consequences, often beyond the places that we're implementing. So they're transferring risks to other communities or other groups, sometimes redistributing rather than reducing vulnerabilities. And we can also see an increase, unfortunately, in maladaptation, signalled as recently signalled in the IPCC reports, where maladaptation can worsen existing inequities, especially for already marginalised people, including women, indigenous communities, and people living in multidimensional poverty. So we have to address that. So maybe successful adaptation to climate change cannot simply be measured by the speed of policy development, which needs to speed up, nor by the increased funds that are being unlocked for adaptation, which again need to be increased. But a better way for us to look at success would be to judge it in terms of whether the processes and outcomes are living up to the call resilience for all. So not too long ago, I think there was a report in Nature by Johan Rockström, and looking at the stability and the resilience of Earth systems and human well-being are being inseparably linked. So we need to make sure that we work across all of these in a holistic manner. And he provided a 3-fold framing where they defined resilience for all in terms of intra-generational, for all of us who are here now. Are we being inclusive about the needs of all people? Are we making sure that they're included in, responded to, and served by these enablers? They talked about intergenerational, caring for and providing for future generations. And lastly, they talked about all species and planetary systems, looking at interspecies justice and Earth system stability. So we can see we're dealing with a very complex situation. And the key issue here is that when we look at the record of past and present adaptation efforts, sadly we see many shortcomings persisting that do not enable resilience for all. We see very few adaptation practices that can manage cross-border and cascading climate risks, especially accounting for our interdependence in this way. And even fewer are effectively inclusive in terms of the processes that meaningfully engage people of all genders and socially marginalised and most climate at-risk people. So a lot of challenges for us to move forward. And if we don't do this with their knowledge and their input, the communities and people at risk can add such value to our thinking and planning. And if we don't do this properly, solutions to any of these 5 enablers are likely to be less effective in the long run. So to address this, we need interconnected, inclusive and equitable adaptation. And to achieve this, there's a number of principles we should follow. One, looking at adaptation, and based on national risks and vulnerability assessments, we need to take into account the impacts of climate change beyond the country's borders. We need to consider how these impacts could put national development plans at risk, whether they're health plans, trade plans, agricultural goals, even diplomatic relationships. We need to make sure we're not causing problems further down the road. We also have to look at adaptation, and based on the explicit goal of resilience for all, which is what we're pushing for today, we must ensure that we engage enablers in ways that prioritise people who have contributed the least to climate change and yet are the most at risk. We must ensure that plans that are drafted and implemented not only are done by environmental ministries, but we need to make sure that trade, agriculture, social and gender, finance, foreign ministries are all integrated into this whole of government approach to supporting climate adaptation. This will give it more political prominence and hopefully better buy-in to developing a resilience for all. But fundamentally, adaptation and implementation plans must be designed with and based on the needs, knowledge and risk preferences of the people who have contributed least to climate change and yet are the most at risk. And these are obviously including the women, indigenous communities, people living in multidimensional poverty, and indeed our youth who are inheriting the challenges that we're leaving behind. So it's important that we look at these plans and policies and try to listen to, on top of all of that, the latest evidence-based science supporting adaptation, to make sure we're looking at robust assessments and knowledge and driving it from the scientific perspective. We also need to then push the international community to accelerate climate finance to support all of this. Just reading in the newspaper this morning, fossil fuel subsidies reached 1.3 trillion last year. What has gone into adaptation? How are we going to compete against things like that? So how do we get the international community to put the money where it's needed? So bringing it back to the panel here today, the whole idea of this panel is looking at the creating of resilient societies capable of adapting to the impacts of climate change is a complex task. We know that. The challenges of dealing with the interlinkages amongst policy, amongst science, technology, planning and climate finance is not going to be an easy task, and we shouldn't underestimate it. So that's why we're going to ask these esteemed panelists some challenging questions to try and understand how we can address these issues. So before we get into discussions, I'd like to hand it over to each of you in turn, just to have a 3-minute introduction of you, your work, and some of the key elements you want to highlight. Then we'll have a Q&A. So Nambi, we'll hand it over to you first.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nambi Appadurai. I lead the climate resilience practice of World Resources Institute, India office. And I think you gave a wonderful overview, Niall, to start with. And a couple of things which comes to my mind is, one, when you talk about climate change, the 2 things which are part and parcel of it. One is uncertainties associated with that. The second one is the interconnectedness. I mean, even the climate change is an action of interrelationship between stratosphere, biosphere. It starts there, as you know. And then certainly the enablers have whatever has been picked up as 5 important enablers are interconnected in many ways. But it's not that, everything operates in tandem. That we need to kind of really recognize that, because it's all contextually driven. Certain places, couple of enablers which has been identified could be playing a greater role, but in certain circumstances, they cannot converge together. That's where the problem is. It is a problem of mainstreaming adaptation into development policies, practices. We've been talking about this for so many years now, almost a decade now we spent on that. We are getting in there. It's not that, everything's doomed there, but still, it's a long way to go. That's why the scale matters. I also see that we have spent a lot of time on the transformative adaptation the past 2 days. Lots of discussions have happened on this front. Certainly these enablers contribute to that process in a bigger way, but we need to really tweak them to the circumstances. That's very, very important. Another thing is about scale. The scale, we are so obsessed with NAPS. Nevertheless, it's important. I'm not critical about the NAPS process, but then there are countries like India need to really focus on the subnational level activities because that's where we are moving in. If the implementation process is moving to the subnational level, because adaptation is such a local phenomenon. So we should recognize that and more coins based on that. It's important to recognize that the value in integrating at the local level, because it's a top-down and bottom-up approach. Where it meets is important. I'll stop here. I will come back to that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. First, I thank APAN Forum for inviting Sri Lanka for this session. So I'm Leel Randeni, Director Climate Change Secretariat, that is there in the Ministry of Environment. So it is the focal point for the UNFCCC. So I'm joining this plenary discussion, very important juncture as far as our climate action is concerned in Sri Lanka, because these days we are involved in National Adaptation Plan revision that is to be with effect to be effective from 2025 to 2034, 10 years plan. And we have immediately launched our NDC implementation plan. And at the same time, we have produced our first national policy on climate change in 2012, and nowadays we are in revising that. So it's very critical time that we are joining this. I like to share my experiences under this transformational adaptation and deepening our focus for this, because we are one of a very highly vulnerable country, comes into the first 10 countries under this categorization based on climate risk index. So although we are an island state in the tropical belt, although we have had a lot of national plans and all, I like to share my experience with that. We have a long way to go, mobilizing different stakeholders and mobilizing finances and all to achieve these NDC targets. Yes, I will share my experiences during the discussion. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shin.
Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Hyun-Suk Shin. Actually, I want to introduce me by my project file. Can you open the...
We have a small presentation he shared. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, today I want to say about just 3 things, keywords. And then one thing is that how we can transform our city related with the climate change adaptation. And then second one is that what we can adapt or use the green and smart technology. And then third one is that how we can manage and control the urban designing and planning in terms of the urban transformation. And then actually, I have 2 jobs. I have 3 jobs. One job is that I worked for the Busan National University for 30 years as a professor. And then my major was the urban environment and climate change. Actually, the scientific major is the hydrology from the Colorado State University about 30 years ago. And then nowadays, I'm working for the local government, Busan, which is the 2nd city in Korea. As you know, Busan is the ocean city. Therefore, we are very interested in and focused on the damages and the adaptation of the climate changes because of the increasing sea levels and the increasing floods and also a shortage of the waters. And then nowadays, I'm working for also the governmental division, which is the Presidential Committee on Carbon Neutrality and the Green Growth. I will explain my experience for the discussion more in terms of the governmental planning scheme and also local scheme related to the climate change adaptation. And then today my question is that our city is sustainable. As you know, this is the Busan city. Left one is the old town, and right one is the new town. If you visit the Haeundae beach, this is one of the best beach in the Korea. But the left side, about 70 years ago, Korea have the very bad history, which one is the Korean War. Therefore, that bad town have been built for the 70 years after Korean War and World War II. Therefore, that's the big there are so many problems related with the urban designing and also climate adaptation. And then, as you know, the Korea developed the economy about 600 times during the 30 years. Therefore, because of the fast development, we faced about two problems: a bad urbanization and also the bad adaptation of the climate change. Therefore, we are faced about the environment and the climate change and also the natural disaster problems around the Busan area. As you can see, the last photo is the Haeundae beach about 50 years ago. And then right photo was the recent photo of the Haeundae beach. You can compare how big difference between 30 years ago and now. And then right one is the green smart city, which is one of the important Busan city motto, or like how we can do to transform the Busan area. I suggest to the major we should adapt the climate change problems, and also we should use the green and the smart technology and industries, both of them, to overcome our problems in Busan. And then, in my opinion, there are four necessities for the sustainable green smart cities. First one is that how we can improve the our old infrastructures to smart infrastructures. And then second one is that how we can use the smart technology to overcome the climate change and also the enhancing the people's lives. And then third one is that how we can make our city from the gray city to the green city. As you know, that there are so many roads and the buildings are still green, are still grays, which make the big problems of the floods and also high temperatures because of the climate changes. And then final one is that how we can make our transformation together, holding the weak peoples and also some old industries to go to the green smart cities.
1 minute.
And then, yes, finally, I want to say nowadays the Busan is working to hold the 2030 World Expo theme. And then, as you can see, World Expo theme is containing the three concepts: green, and smart, and sustainability. And thank you so much. And then I will talk more about my experience related with climate change adaptation in the local version and also a governmental version in Korea. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Mr. Bomik.
Very good morning. And also thanks moderator and respected speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great opportunity for me. And for me, that this is Additional Secretary Sanjay Kumar Bhomik. I'm working 5 years long on behalf of adaptation and mitigation. As you know that in the field of adaptation, if you think, Bangladesh is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. And we are facing disasters one after another. And sea level rise. Due to sea level rise, 1/3 of our coastal area facing salinity intrusion and major threat for agriculture. And as you know that Bangladesh is a densely populated country. And the country is now agriculture, food security, of course, major concern for Bangladesh. But as you know that we are in line with keeping 1.5 degree alive. Bangladesh submitted 2015 first NDC and updated its NDC in 2021 in keeping 1.5 degree alive ambitious NDC will reduce 22% of our global emissions by 2030. And in the field of adaptation, as you know, that we recently submitted our National Adaptation Plan, 27 years plan. And in this National Adaptation Plan, our priority is the 8 sector we identified. In 8 sectors, agriculture and also water resources sector is our major thrust area. And what actually we identified 6 pillars, objectives to achieve Bangladesh in the NAP vision in 27 years. And in our NAP vision, mainly we are climate resilient agriculture, how we ensure it, and also climate smart cities. And climate smart agriculture is our major priority in our adaptation. And if you say the adverse impact of climate change, the answer, what actually the answer? This is very complex. But it is true that global emission and human activities mainly responsible for climate change adverse impact is true. AR6 report clearly mentioned that we need to intervention. And because we are the responsible person and we need to find out the solutions. And one thing I want to clear that in front of us COP28, before COP28 we need to GGA goals target is yet to not finalized. And another thing, we believe that in this COP, loss and damage fund, we believe that we need to finalize this issue is the 2 major issues in COP28 regarding this. And another thing that in our adaptation plan, as you know that Bangladesh in our coastal area, we are now targeting to high-level resilient housing. How to face this issue in our coastal region is our major target. And in our, one of the, as you know that in support with UNEP, we are now, UNEP Copenhagen Center, we are now 2 components. One is climate resilient housing in our coastal area, and another component is renewable energy. We are working on this. And another thing that, as you know, that Bangladesh is a country, in 2009 we developed our Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy Action Plan. And under this plan, we create Bangladesh Climate Change Fund. And with this fund, in 10 years long, from 2010 to 2023, we invest from our domestic resources is more than $490 million US. And under these domestic resources, we already more than 850 projects implemented all over the country and mainly give priority on adaptation and mitigation also. This is the success story for Bangladesh. And another thing that, as you know, that in Bangladesh, we are adopted our disaster management rules and we adopted Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, and giving priority on adaptation is in our context, in our Delta Plan, 100 years plan. And also we have recently, we identified in our National Adaptation Plan, 230 billion needed in 113 actions. We identified in 27 years plan. And another document we recently published under CBF Forum. As you know that it's a 56 countries forum, Bangladesh Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan. And this prosperity plan basically what actually, as you know that from vulnerability to resilience, resilience to priority, we give priority in our Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan. With this note, I now want to add, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And last but by no means least, Maria.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you to the APAN colleagues and to the colleagues on stage. It's really wonderful to hear your perspectives. I am from UN Women, and the theme today is, sorry, I needed to put my timer. Stickler for time. We're talking about the interconnectors of enablers for climate change adaptation. And I would almost propose that we can talk about it in the context of prerequisites, because we actually can't do without bringing these enablers together. And I wanted to draw attention to the keynote from the opening ceremony talking about the impacts of climate and the need for adaptation. And he mentioned issues related to poverty, the lack of funding, climate-sensitive livelihoods, and accountability. So I will now tell you that the most severe and disproportionately impacted by with these impacts are women in all their diversity. They usually have a bigger care burden. Their care burden increases during climate-induced events. They work in climate-sensitive livelihoods, and they have the least access to decision-making. So, what do we think is the solution to all these prerequisites? I will today share with you a couple of examples, but it's centered on a program that UN Women is doing with our dear sisters in UNEP, focused on women for climate resilient societies. And this links and ensuring and enabling a policy environment with national policies on climate change, renewable energy, and disaster risk reduction that are gender responsive. It's words that are hard to unpack, but it means that gender is at the center or included in the policies. We're talking about planning, creating an enabling environment for women's groups and civil society groups to integrate and engage with government and those that are developing these adaptation plans. We're working on technology and financing by advancing carbon neutral technology for resilient livelihood for women. This is simple things like solar panels or solar pumps, irrigation, but facilitating this climate-sensitive livelihood that these women entrepreneurs are engaging in. We're also linking with science, so we look at the data and work together with national statistics agencies, institutions to build data users and data and create the data itself on the impacts. I have 5 seconds. So the keynote yesterday talked about risk propeller, which I thought was an amazing concept that I shall steal forever now, where the risks are reinforcing and compounding each other. I would argue too that the enablers that we're discussing today, which I have reframed as prerequisites, are the solutions. And from UN Women's side, and from many others, we want to see that women in all their diversity are at the center. And then let's see what happens, because we haven't played that game just yet when we're talking about the adaptation plan. So let's look at that as a mindset and a frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your opening remarks. I think there's a lot of really interesting topics that we'll probably come back to in some of the questions and maybe pick a little deeper onto some of those. Just to remind the audience, if you do have questions, we will have a Q&A session after the initial kind of panel discussion, so please get your questions. But if we can start off now just by asking the panel, and maybe directing towards the governments initially, what do you think are the challenges you face in designing policies, in creating effective and inclusive government arrangements in an attempt to support the enablers and in an attempt to drive adaptation? And maybe if you have an example of how this works. And then I'd specifically maybe ask Dr. Shin, that was an interesting example. You talk about Busan and the development of the city, 400 times economic growth over 50 years. How do you ensure inclusion and participation in that process?
Thank you so much for asking to me. I'm a first hitter, right? Okay, thanks so much. Actually, I want to say about 2 things. The most important thing for the governance and the management of the climate change adaptation. First one is that how we can break our sectors, getting into the one team. That is very important thing. In my experience about the 4 big river restoration projects from 2008 to 2012, I was working for a technical advisor to the government for the river restoration projects, big river restoration projects. At the time, we made the control towers combining the all technological sectors or all governmental sectors. In terms of the technical sectors, I suggest to the government we should work together containing the urban designer or environmental engineer and also financial advisor or industry guys working together. And then second one is that at that time we tried to use the innovative technologies, because if we can use the green or smart technologies, which I said the innovative technologies, we can make our industries better, which called green growth industries. That means that if we can make the flood reduction and increasing water storages and also increasing water fronts, then people can think they can work in the climate change adaptation projects. Therefore, we use the innovative technology and industries. And the third thing is that I think at that time we worked for the citizens and the governmenters and also financial guys together. But the most problem is that how there are so many sectors who are interested in the projects. Therefore, we made our effort how we can make the cooperation team, something like that. Therefore, I want to say for the governmental projects in terms of the climate change adaptation, making control tower and using the innovative technology and industries, then collaborating the citizens and all sectors, that is very important thing in my experiences. Okay.
Thank you for that. Mr. Leal or Sanjay, have you comments from government perspectives?
As you know that adaptation is a big problem, specifically a country like Bangladesh. But what actually is not whole of government approach. We need whole of society approach with this big issue. But one thing that private sector involvement is a major challenge, I believe, because private sector now involved in mitigation, they're thinking that this is profitable issue. But in case of adaptation, they believe profit, there is no profit. So involvement of private sector is a major challenge. And another thing that, as you know, that integration and mainstreaming of all documents. What I earlier mentioned, that we have number of strategic action plan documents to mainstreaming all these, integrating in the mainstream is of course a major challenge. And one thing positive is that during preparation in our NAP, we give priority to gender, indigenous people, and to give bottom-up approach, because we believe that nature-based solution, traditional system, we respect them, our rural people during preparation to make them awareness and ownership of adaptation process is one of the success story we believe that. And as you know that in Bangladesh, people are very much resilient. And the stories say that when during cyclones, if we see that in 1970 cyclones, 1 million people died. But at the same dimension, when cyclones hit our coastal area, the casualty now below 10, below 100. This is one of the success stories. Why it is possible? As you know that in our coastal area, more than 4,200 cyclone shelters. And another thing, that more than 76,000 climate CPP volunteers always ready, and maximum of them is women. And they did lot during recovery and to collect those people who are in the vulnerable areas within 1 day. And early warning system dissemination is fantastic in Bangladesh. And that's why we are now combating our casualty during disaster. Is some success story of Bangladesh, I believe that. Another thing, as you know, that our Honorable Prime Minister, his own initiative, in coastal area, we take a biggest cyclone shelter for climate victims. This is, we call Khurushkul Housing Project, 6th floor, multi-stored, 139 buildings, and more than 4,200 families will giving shelter in these places. This is under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. And another thing that we give priority in agriculture sector, as you know, the salinity issue due to our agriculture scientists now giving stress-tolerant varieties is the priority area. And though Bangladesh is a very small country with more than 170 million population, by every year we're producing 37.5 million only paddy in this small country to challenge the food issue is, of course, I believe that this is one of the success story. And what actually you see that the finance flow is the access to finance is a major challenge. Like as you, I earlier mentioned that in our National Adaptation Plan, we need 230 billion by 27 years to implement all these projects, what actually identified, 113 projects identified. And to make it, as you know, that every year our GDP loss due to adverse impact of climate change, it is now 1.3%. And it is widening ADB report said that if we not take any actions, then up to 2100, we have to lose more than 9% of GDP every year. And keeping with this mind, we are now adopted this National Adaptation Plan. And another thing, as you earlier mentioned, the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, we also give that we need more than 49 billion from 2021 to 2041. But this finance flow, and another thing that in our updated NDC, with that 15% of our global GHG emission will reduce by conditionally. But as you know, that 100 billion commitment by global community yet not met up. And this is need finance to address all these issues country like Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to a finance question at the end. I think it's really important, but Il.
Yes, thank you. Adding to that thing, you know, we are an agricultural country. So our most of the, workforce is involved in agriculture, livestock, and all those activities. So we are in a tropical belt. So our major, climate stresses are floods and droughts, because our most agricultural areas are there in dry zone. It is 2/3 of the country. Then our capital, Colombo, and all those things are in the wet zone. So our climate projection is that our wet zone will be more wetter, dry zone will be more drier. So we have tuned our climate action mainly to to rescue our people's lives and livelihoods, so water sector and like that. So, so we have these 10 different adaptation sectors mainly. Our challenge in governance and this policy is that we have, it is as other speakers explained, it should be a multi-stakeholder approach. We have to engage others with our climate action. And at the same time, we have to try our best to make this climate action, adaptation, transformation into their basket. So it will be their program. So the community would feel that it is my work. So we are benefiters. So their resources are mobilized, and at the same time, private sector. Or I don't think that private sector doesn't have profits, but there are profits, because there are some of the private sector companies, their most destination, their product destination is in the first world. They contribute the climate action in Sri Lanka is that it by several fold it increases their green image. So they get some supernormal profits that they are contributing to a developing country climate action. So like that, different stakeholders, we should have different means to mobilize them with our action, and at the same time they should feel that they are also part and parcel of that. The community, our communities are resilient really because of this modernization and at the introduction of the market exchange system, and we have degraded a lot of our cultural values and all those things. But traditionally, conventionally, in our rural areas, if you visit there, a lot of biodiversity is protected, and at the same time, they were resilient. But what happened with this modernization and industrialization? Parallelly, we became more vulnerable and we are prone to the risk. So we have to mobilize our traditional knowledge, indigenous initiatives into the modern climate discourse. We are having some of the tools to mobilize them. While I will explain while we are going on. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just maybe ask Marie then, looking at from your perspective at UN Women, what do you think is a strong enabling environment to drive this policy and governance?
What do you think I will say? Thank you, and I just want to also, the points that you've raised are really, really excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Strong enabling environment means women at the table, and diverse women who does not know the word adaptation. They don't know that word, but they do it, and they do it every day, and they do it every year as the climate impacts come over their communities. And just to make it more concrete, one thing that we from UN Women's side are seeing is that it's very, very hard to measure women's leadership, or it's very hard to unpack what that actually means. It doesn't mean you just bring a woman to the table and then they sit and then you disregard them. We've developed a methodology to really unpack what what meaningful engagement and meaningful leadership actually means. And it's not very fun when we apply this tool into different contexts, because we note that if women are at the table, they may not be listened to, or they may not be properly resourced. So there's recognition that it's important to be gender responsive in an adaptation plan, but it may not be incorporated because there's not enough funding to put in that extra effort to make sure the adaptation plan actually looks at what will support women. I think a strong enabling environment must sit within policy and government, needs to be accountable and transparent, meaning that you will see the changes that you're asking for from a community perspective. It needs to be contextualized, and this is where the policies that happen on a government capital level need to be translated into subnational and community levels. It needs to be adaptable, of course, to the different contexts, but also evidence-based. And when we say evidence-based, we want to look at the impact of diverse groups. So women, marginalized women, women living with disability, people who with different gender identities. These are all community members of this globe, and we are all accountable to them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And understanding this gender responsive, maybe we can keep pushing to gender transformative approaches and encourage more and more integration of ideas in these discussions. A lot of people tend to talk about we're making gender aware. You know, we're gone beyond that. Gender responsive is great, but we need to even go beyond that and support gender transformative approaches. So we can only encourage it for everybody to follow. But I'd like to just move on and maybe ask Nambi another question around sharing your ideas. I think we talked very briefly about the work that you're doing at WRI about climate-proofing adaptation plans. But can you kind of highlight some of your experiences around going beyond the development of these plans and programs, the inclusion and the linking with governments to make it successful?
Thank you, Neil. We at WRI India work very closely with the subnational governments. About 5 states we are working closely with. One of the states is Tamil Nadu, where we see lots of forward momentum now because of the kind of leadership. I think it is important to recognize it doesn't stop with these 5 enablers. There are other things like leadership and, most importantly, capacity building. These are very critical for transformative adaptation. So I think one of the examples is, as I mentioned, is Tamil Nadu, where there is a very proactive government. First time we've been struggling hard for the past 5 years to establish this, and somehow we managed to convince them in terms of importance of having a climate proofing of district development plans. Because it's typically all these plans are looked through a development lens. As you all know, it's nothing new, but we need to bring the climate angle to that. We pilot tested this in 2 districts of Tamil Nadu, where we kind of brought in the district officials about from 20-odd departments and about a 2-day, 3-day session to understand their priorities, and because there's a scientific component as well. We need to really start with the vulnerabilities of those districts to start with, and then see what their understanding is, perspectives, and match with those native knowledge what they have. Because these people are district officials day in and day out. They've been in touch with the communities, local communities. So it's important to kind of, bring that knowledge to the bearing of whatever the plan process, what we have. Interestingly, first ever time, a bureaucrat sat for 3 days listening to this. Very rarely it happens. And she saw the value of this, great leadership, and then she went back. In the 2 districts, whatever implemented, she was part and parcel of this work and saw the value of it. And then she went and kind of rolled out, scaled it up to 38 districts across Tamil Nadu. It is a struggle we had for 5 years. It's very heartening to see these kind of things happening. Again, I mean, it's one thing to have a government order issued on this, but then how to implement is another question. Parallelly, she created an institutional structure within the districts. At least, start with. I don't know where it's going to head. Once the leadership is gone, she's transferred, things might be different again. We have to start from, that's how the government works, but then, we have to factor that. We all know how it functions. But then, that is why we also brought the second line department leaders as well, not because the knowledge does not be rested with one particular group of people. Institutional memory is also important. So that's really a very good example of where we go to, how we kind of transform certain things. And also, one of the other important thing when you talk about adaptation is the entry points. I mean, the sense of history is very, very important when you talk about adaptation. That's why, we can't really completely bring alien technology as something which should be kind of, embedded in the existing systems in some way or other. That's also an important learning what we had, the appropriate technology, the flexible policies as well, what you call as adaptive management. I mean, it's easier said than done, but certainly it is important for them to tweak the policies according, because adaptation is moving target, and climate change is very unpredictable. So it's important to kind of tweak your policies accordingly. And then above all, strong synergies between the community-based governance systems, arrangements, and the decision-making at the provincial and national level is very, very critical. That's an important lesson what we learned. And lots of hand-holding is happening. The district collector, who is the head of the district, he's been completely involved wherever we are working in. I mean, and that's the way it should be. And let's see where it takes us. But there is a very buy-in moment. We are so happy about this. We want to replicate this across. There's a huge demand across India to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that positive example, and good to learn more about that. And maybe, as you mentioned earlier, how do you scale that up now to the rest of India and also to various countries? But maybe just to open this question to various other government representatives, can you share how your governments are planning adaptation programs across ministries and in an inclusive way? Anybody want to take that from government? Lil?
You're asking how we can incorporate it into other ministries and other sectors?
Across ministries and maybe in that inclusive process.
Yeah, sure. As I told you, that now we are in the process of, updating, amending our already developed policy documents for, our climate action. That means the adaptation and mitigation also. Also, National Adaptation Plan and NDC Implementation Plan. And we have 2050 Net Zero roadmap and the strategic plan, and all those things are in place nowadays. So we have identified there are about 9 different sectors in adaptation sectors. Those sectors are food security. Let me say. So these are 9 vulnerable sectors identified in Sri Lanka. Food security. Food security means agriculture, livestock and fisheries. We have amalgamated, that is the most important sector. Water resources, coastal and marine sector, health sector, human settlements and infrastructure, ecosystems and biodiversity, tourism and recreation, export agriculture and industry, energy and transportation. So, so these sectors were, some of the different subsectors were merged together based on their similarity and their adaptation similarities. So, when we are planning these main documents, we have we have undergone through a comprehensive consultation with these line agencies. I mean, we have network of national focal points, national sectoral focal points, Transport Ministry, Tourism Ministry, Ministry of Industries, Ministry of Health, like that. So there are also have their sectoral policies and plans and all those instruments. So then what we are trying to do is that for sectoral perspective, we are going to incorporate our climate action plan, our adaptation action plan into food sector, agriculture sector, like that. So we are designing all those things together, and at the same time, we are making them into our policy programming, policy planning process also. So there are some disparities, but we are matching our objectives together. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just one thing I want to add, that as you know, that climate change is a cross-cutting issue. And in our country, 26 ministries divisions now working together in the field of adaptation and mitigation. And if you see that in our budget allocation, from our ADP in 2015-16 budget, just only 7,000 crore. But now, within 13 years, it is raised to 37,000 crore climate change allocation, and these all ministries now working to address, like Water Resources Ministry, Agriculture Ministry with the major, and also local government division, power division, or energy division, all now related with works with these projects. And earlier I mentioned that in our specifically climate change trust fund, more than 850 projects, these projects implemented by all ministries, because we believe that climate change issues is not only issue of one ministry and not only for Bangladesh. Is also, I again state that is a transformative system, regional, global, Asia Pacific region now need to work together. One thing that in case of flood, it's not only issue of Bangladesh, it's issue of transboundary issue, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, all together. And that's why innovative ideas, solutions now need to share with all other countries. And ICIMUD, another world platform, SAKEP, another platform for Bangladesh, we work together to address these issues. And with this, I believe that actions, and this is very much solutions, and we give priority to our local community, what she said, and also gender responsive, because I believe that women are the most vulnerable during disaster. And that's why in all our plans, we giving priority to Women Affairs Ministry also to address all this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can keep the next response short, please go ahead, Jin. Just short.
Thank you so much. Actually, just a few months ago, Korea have been affected by the big monsoon flood in the mainland. Actually, the damage have been, the deaths and economic damage have been under the tunnel from the water, from the rivers. And then at the time, there are two problems. One problem is that the river have been managed by the Department of Environment. And then on the tunnel, transportation tunnel, have been controlled by the Department of Land and Transportation. And then a disaster, for the disaster management, have been controlled by the Department of the Interior or Police Department. They did not connect. Well, then they cannot send their message for the emergency cases to the people under the tunnel. That event occur every year in the Korea, also in the world, which means that I think, as I said to you, we need to improve our management and control of the climate change adaptation in the city. We need the control tower. Therefore, about 2 years ago, Korea made the national carbon neutrality and green growth law. And then just last year, the presidential committee have been started. Then in that committee, we are thinking about how we can collaborate from the several sectors: water, agriculture, urban designing, and also some industry sectors. Therefore, nowadays we are making the a very strong act and some plan for the climate change adaptation. In that master plan or act plan, we push it to them. Two things. One thing is that never walk alone. For example, for the Department of Environment or for the Department of Land and Transportation, work together and make the result and solution in one textures. And then second thing is that we are asking to them, you should work with the local government. Usually, as you know, the central government and the local government are very divided in terms of the managing the countries and managing the natural disaster problems. Therefore, we are pushing two things: work together and also work with the local government. That is our recent process for the managing the climate change adaptation plan.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you for
much.
that. And I think it highlights a key issue that even the challenges of working within ministries, across ministries, and then the further challenge of working across country boundaries and looking at how we do adaptation at that scale. I know there is a meeting later today that's looking at this across adaptations without borders, so maybe join that. But to jump maybe forward, if I could ask our colleagues Maria and Nambi, looking at I know when I asked a question, you kind of push back a little bit, but scientific knowledge or gaps that we have that are preventing us from doing good adaptation plans. But if it's not a lack of knowledge or that we have, what are the gaps? What are the constraints stopping us from pushing forward adaptation? So, whoever's first, Nambi?
Yeah. I think this is one of the important barriers I see at the subnational level, because this information flow is not there. Even if the flow is there, the scientific information is there. Science has advanced to a certain level. For example, at the cadastral level, we don't have the information, like 10 by 10 scale. At the village level, we don't have that. At least by 25 by 25 grid scale, you have. But then that's certainly, but science is advancing, and how do they kind of keep pace with this knowledge? That's the biggest challenge what we have. And a bit of demystification of science should happen at that level. Who does it? That's another question, because government might not be having this kind of a wherewithal, the exposure at the district level. So it's important to train them on these aspects, to make them understand. That's part of the work what we've been doing at the district level. We start with that kind of a analysis, the projections what we have for the next 10 years at least, to see where the resources, how they're going to be affected in that particular circumstances. Secondly, lots of people are responsible for this, to kind of demystifying the science at that level. Journalists also play an important role. Media plays a very, very important role. There are lots of jargons floating around today. That's important to kind of speak the language where they could relate to. I mean, at the policy level, at the politicians' level, that interface, science policy interface is very, very critical. I think, that's an important area where we have to concentrate. Maybe we should have some workshops and other things specifically meant for the member of parliaments, the councillors and city administrators. I think that is a very important function, because everything starts with that science, that knowledge, because the plans what we make is based on those knowledge, and it is important to be on a sound ground. So I really see the importance of that. It's important to kind of invest more energy and time and train people on that. But again, it is a continuous process. It doesn't really end. I see there is a lot of value in that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And as we turn to Maria, I think it's an important point. Translating science to languages that can be understood, even running a science institute, I know most people don't read 20, 30-page detailed science peer-reviewed journals. We need to get it down to language that's understandable. Not to say that people don't understand the articles, but science can be complicated at the best of times. But from community level up, it needs to be understandable. Maybe I'll come back to the government colleagues afterwards, just to think of what would you recommend to the science community in terms of how they communicate But first, I'd like to just ask Maria to input there.
Thank you. And just to echo the point from Nandi, I think that one issue is the information flow between, and this goes for policy, from national, subnational to community, but it also goes in terms of the assessments and content, the knowledge that we in different sectors have, scientific sectors or in social sectors. And so I would argue we don't need more, I would argue there's not a lot of more knowledge gaps. What's holding us back is more, we're not looking in the right places. For instance, there's gender assessments or community gender assessments or resilience work that's being done that is not then shared or utilized in other sectors because we don't socialize the way that we should with different sectors. And this goes to the development sector or the disaster risk reduction sector or health that have these specific knowledge, pieces of knowledge of the puzzle that is needed. So one thing I was thinking also is maybe what is missing is a reciprocity, no, that's a wrong word, some sort of collection of what works. And Bangladesh has so many excellent examples, as all the panelists here do, of adaptation programs, local, that work for targeted populations and targeted groups. Those solutions, this solution-driven piece, is maybe something that we could expand on. When we are talking about sort of scientific assessment, I just also wanted to plug that working with data and statistics is very, very essential in these pieces. And I know national statistics bureaus are always engaged in these type of household surveys, et cetera. And this is where you can really look at where the climate-related factors impact. For instance, UN Women has done a research on gendered impacts of climate change, which has looked at the empirical evidence from Asia. Those type of knowledge pieces that maybe the climate sector isn't looking at because you're looking at us as gender actors, for instance. But that's a lot of content that is adaptable and usable for our broader goal.
Thank you for that. And I'm just conscious of time. I know we started a little late. We'll probably continue a little late into your coffee break. I hope that's okay. But I have one question to ask before we open it up to the audience as well. Maybe two questions before we open to the audience, so get your questions ready. But just very, very briefly now from the government representatives on that question of what barriers do you see to effective evidence-based science being integrated in policy dialogues? What can we do better? Whoever wants to have a quick response on that.
You're asking what barriers?
Any barriers or what we can do in terms of making science more accessible?
Yes, we need, more fine-tuned focus knowledge for adaptation. And at the same time, it should be interdisciplinary. And it should focus on the real solutions on the climate threat or vulnerability of the communities. So, barrier is that, when we are working with our communities and at the same time sectoral stakeholders, as we are integrating our national adaptation plan into our 9 provincial adaptation plans, nowadays we are preparing that. The main thing is that different provinces faces some of the some of the dry area provinces, they faces about the water shortage, and at the same time they cannot continue their agricultural livelihood as they have done previously. The wet areas, most of the flood damages and all. So when incorporating those community knowledges, we have a barrier because our professionals, we professors and all those, and at the same time the government government professional, we tend to think on the most the way that we have trained in the universities and the Western knowledge and all. So we think of in a different way. But other communities, they think in a holistic way. So we have developed some of the tools to make this problem to solve. That means to mobilize them and at the same time to open up a discussion or discourse so that all those different types of women and other influential groups and at the same time vulnerable groups, they come together and share the experiences. So we had incorporated these techniques into our Climate Smart Village program. We, to some extent, those were successful.
Okay, thank you. And I want to come to the final question we have on our list here, which is about finance. And then we'll have a question from the audience. But I'll open this up to the whole floor in the sense that how can financial resources and investments be optimized to support the work in adaptation? As I mentioned earlier, 1.3 trillion is going into fossil fuel explorations and fossil fuel subsidies, I should say. That's what's causing a lot of our problems and adaptations that we have to work on, yet we cannot get the resources we need to do it. So from government perspectives, from others' perspectives, how do we address this issue? How do we get the right financial resources? And I think it was mentioned earlier, the private sector is key in this. How do we engage private sector? So maybe we'll start at the far end of the table first with Marie. Oh, you want to go first, Dr. Shin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if my major is not the financial and the governmental management, but I want to say two things to improve the financial status or governmental status for the climate change adaptation. First thing is that the climate change issue should be linked or cooperated with another problems, which means that as you know, the water problem is very, very related with the energy problems. Usually government make their budget and the financial support for the water problem, to solve the water problem, and separately for the energy problem, and also urban problems. Therefore, I'm suggesting the government many times, we should think all problems together in one, the climate change action, including water, energy, and urban problems. Then they can share the financial budgets together. For example, as you know, for the water shortage, usually the power plant use the lots of waters. If they can save the water, we can reduce our budgets. And also, if the energy company or energy governmental department share their base budget for the climate change adaptation, to solve the climate change adaptation problems, they can make the more efficient way to make the financial, solve the financial problems. Second thing is that I'm suggesting to the government and also local government, we should define the technologies and the scientific budgets. For example, high technology and medium technology, and also the adaptive technologies, which means that for solving the climate change adaptation problems in local area, usually they use the adaptive technologies like a water tank and the low impact development technique or green infrastructures, something like that. But sometimes to solve the flood warning problems, they need very high technologies, depending on the budgets, like artificial intelligence or smart sensors or ICT technologies. Therefore, I think to solve the financial problems, we need to think more effective or some precise, appropriate manners to do that. Okay, that's my opinion.
Thank you for that. I'll leave the floor open to who wants to take the questions. Lil, you want to go ahead? And Nambi?
Yes, this financing and investment as far as this is concerned, very much important. So we have access to this global financing mechanisms to GCF, Adaptation Fund and JEF funding and some other funding. So far we are very successful. We are implementing some of the readiness projects, NDA readiness and NAP readiness projects, and 2 big scale JEF funded projects or GCF funded projects also. One more thing is that we have identified, that was well identified in our National Environmental Action Plan, so that we should have a complementary mechanism so that our resources to be mobilized in this adaptation, resilience building on all those related things, because we by having money is not enough, because investment, so we have to invest in ecosystem services, we have to invest in traditional knowledge, we have to invest in most delicate social relationships, what is much needed to build the community resilience as a whole. So we have made our platform more broadened so that much broader resource mobilization is there. No one is left behind and all are inclusive there. So resource mobilization in that sense is a technique that we can support all other enablers. In that sense, so it will be ultimately have a more resilient complementary economy so that our objectives can be met easily. Thank you.
Thank you. Nambi.
Hello. Yeah. Again, I'll share from my experience the baby steps we have taken. Apart from the MDBs and bilateral money, what you have, what could be done domestically is also important to understand. One of the things what we try to do is, India has come out with a National Action Plan on Climate Change, and it is a mandatory for the state action. For the states to kind of come out with their own action plans. It was rolled out a decade ago. Then there is no support of money from that for that particular work. It's a kind of a standalone document without money. Every state has prepared that, but to what end? That's the thing we want to really focus on when we came out with the resource mobilization strategy for each of those states, wherever we are working in the 5 states, to kind of understand the landscape of existing finance first, to take stock of that from the private sector, public sector, what kind of money is available, what additionality is needed. That kind of an audit has to happen. We started with that. And then, it is also important to have this climate budget tagging exercise to be done, because the relevance of climate activities, typically it's on the development sector, kind of an approach what we have. How do we kind of, see what kind of climate relevance each of those stream of expenses that have in the budget. So it also helps them to kind of, in all the ministries, environment is one of the weakest links. They don't talk much to the finance, and they don't even know what to ask sometimes. So it is important for them to understand those. So we kind of we pilot tested with this with few sectors, agriculture, water, and energy, to see, where the money is going. At least it's work in progress. Maybe that will inform the environment department to kind of, to ask the right kind of money. And that's one of those exercises we have undertaken. And then there are other sources of internal money, but these are peanuts compared to what is needed. But still, it is important to. For example, India has come out with a policy of, 5% mandatory money should be contributed from CSR for CSR activities from the corporate sector. So that money is typically spent on education and health. It's not that they are not important, but we need to see how health and climate change, the connections between those things and how to kind of link those things. And there is another source of money which is found is the Member of Parliament's Local Area Development Fund. This typically, it goes to kind of, different kinds of activities. Now there is a little bit of focus we're bringing so that they could spend on climate-sensitive sectors. So these are some of the examples I could think of. But one thing is, everybody talks about, every Tom, Dick, and Harry talks about finance and resilience and stuff, but when it comes to money, there's not much here. I know yesterday I met the private sector people here. It's important to kind of identify the bankable projects, convert those vulnerabilities and see them, to kind of convert them into projects. Only then adaptation is largely seen as a public good. So there is very little attraction for private sector. How do you kind of strengthen those things? There was a couple of people yesterday, I saw them from Singapore, AIGS or something. They're a bit disheartening for them to kind of, to push their agenda, but not much of takers. That's the kind of feedback I got from them. That speaks volumes. We need to really be very sensitive to these things and try some practical means to approach this money. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting topic there. And also, maybe in the responses coming, how do we get it down to the most vulnerable and at-risk communities? A lot of people want to invest, they want immediate returns, but it's a challenge at that level. So, any thoughts?
Many thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for the question. And really, the issue for us, for UN Women and UNEP in this joint initiative that we're working on, is looking at how to, precisely what you were saying, how to trickle down investment that goes to renewable or low carbon technologies, entrepreneurs in climate sensitive areas. We see women as agents of change, but not other people do. We see gender as a prerequisite for effective adaptation plans, but again, it seems not others always do. And what we don't want is this sort of vulnerability conundrum. We want to provide options for women to build their own climate resilient livelihood options. And this is what we think will be what drives development. The issue for women is that they don't access the investments that exist or the loans made available. The size of the loans that women entrepreneurs need is so much smaller than what a standard loan size from an investment facility is. So we're talking local, like. And that makes it operationally challenging for financial institutions to roll out schemes. So from what we've done in the Empower program, and this is a plug, but it's also where we think is a solution lever, is we've created a regional investment facilities which actually provides access to finance for commercially viable enterprises across the region, targeting women and marginalized groups. So Empower program with UNEP and UWomen, we act as the first loss tranche, meaning we'll absorb the risk that these financial institutions do not want to take because they do not want to invest in these low, in their minds, high risk initiatives. This will allow other investors to join, meaning that the risk is lowered for them, but the actual growth of the fund increases. So more money for more businesses, basically women-led, women-driven. And this is a revolving fund, so it will just be replenished. And we're working together with a entity called Nexus for Development to do this. And this has been piloted in Bangladesh, it's been piloted in Vietnam and in Cambodia, and we're working with government investment opportunities too. So here we're really talking about ensuring that women get the access to those finances that exist. If they have the means to build their own climate resilient business, and we've seen them be able to do that, we have enough evidence to show that, we are talking about also advancing on sustainable development and economic growth using climate resilient mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Shin.
Yes. Actually, I want to comment one more thing is that in terms of the financial problems related to the climate change actions, I think one of the most important things is that how we can, our companies, private sectors, should be changed to familiar with the climate change actions. About 3 months ago, I made like a forum for the ESG forum. At that time, there are about 50 companies, majors, are getting around. And then I asked them, do you know the NDC problems in the world? First question. Second question is that if you invest your benefit to the climate change action, do you know is there something green taxonomy or something like that? And the third question is that will you join for the action of the climate change adaptation in terms of the finance or in terms of the activities? But they said yes, which means that the Korean government and the local government, also I'm working to educate the governmental, private company guys to provide their benefit monies, the share, the climate change actions. And then I think that is one of the important things. We cannot depending on our finance onto the governmental money and taxes. Therefore, the money company should share their money for our global problems together. Therefore, that is very important thing which I'm thinking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy if they would share their funds with us and help us invest in better adaptation at community level. I just want to check if there's any burning questions amongst the audience here. We have a chance to ask a question. And if you do so, please raise your hand and say who you are. I'm not seeing that many hands. Not seeing any hands. Oh, we have one hand over here. I think there's a microphone out there.
Good morning. My name is Sohee Kim, and I'm working for APAN Secretariat. Actually, my question goes to Mr. Nambi, India. I think it's really important that you pointed out the limitation or challenge of NAP, National Adaptation Plans, when it comes to the sub-national level implementation. And could you give us an example or your idea about like what would be a good instrument or enabler to mainstreaming the climate risk information or climate adaptation to sub-national level or even local level implementation? Thank you.
As you know, adaptation cuts across sectors, right? It is agriculture, water, energy. There are so many sectors involved in this. So typically, we have a tendency to look at from the development perspective, normally, without factoring climate information into that. So that is what you mean by mainstreaming within at all levels. There are different levels of scales you were talking about, but certainly that's important to bring that climate angle to that. That is where we are in, and it is also important. We can't avoid that. Agriculture traditionally has looked into the weather patterns and stuff, but not really the in-depth knowledge is there. For example, the farmers knows that something is happening. They know something is happening because of their own traditional knowledge or whatever. But they can't act upon whatever they have as knowledge base is not helping them at the scale at which is happening today. So that information flow, there are three things when you talk about mainstreaming, this information, institutions, and investments. These are very critical in terms of resources we should really see. How do you tweak the institutions to better plan and operate and help the communities in some sense? And information, as I mentioned, there is a forecast, and you have to really be very clear about that and what you deliver and how useful they are. So these are some of the approaches what we have, but there might be many more.
Anybody else would like to ask a question? We have a hand at the back here. Please come up.
Yes, good morning. I'm Lani Rebagay from Asian Farmers Association. I would like to fully support the point raised by Maria that really farmers, particularly women, need small amount of fund. No? But the role of family farmers organization or federated cooperative is to do the retailing of this to their women member. That's why my question is, how are the farmers federated structure or cooperatives have been engaged in making this climate resilient enterprise fund to women? And of course, I also fully support the idea of making this science, this information, farmer-friendly. And of course, also in this context, the role of farmer federation organized from the local level to regional level helps in translating this document into local language. So how are the farmers' organization are given institutionalized participation in these spaces? Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you so much. And it would be great to talk to you after this. Yes, so when we're working on this type of programming, We work in climate vulnerable areas, specifically in the target countries, but we're expanding to other countries where we work specifically also with community, civil society groups and women's groups who live and engage in those communities, where we then match them with the entrepreneurs who may be farmers or who are farmers. We work with cooperatives, and it is very likely that in some of the areas that we're operating, that we are working through a farmer collective. And I want to commend the work you're doing to also target women farmers for the interventions that you're doing. But bringing in the different actors, and this links to the broader point of the whole of this session, it is multidisciplinary. There's so many people that need to be at this table to have this conversation, to make sure that everyone is part of it. So absolutely, we do target the low, those farmers who work in sort of climate sensitive areas and who are women or from marginalized groups. So thank you for raising that point.
Thank you. And just while I want to add to that question actually, but while I'm talking to that question, if you could think of 2 or 3 key reflections that you'd like to give back to the audience, thinking about COP28 that's coming up, what do we want to say or to feed back to the processes that, is going to help us look at adaptation and resilience for all? It's going to help us look at driving the support to adaptation, the finances, but also across all these enablers. So what are the key reflections you'd like to give back? If you want to take a minute to think about that, we can give you 2 minutes each to feed back. But on the question just asked, I think also one of the issues that I would like to say, and as a moderator you don't normally talk, but this is a very interesting area. How do you get finances down to the vulnerable communities? And I think the first thing we have to do is change the architecture of the financial systems. It's been designed by finance for finance to make finance. We need to make sure that we're working on a client-centric and a bottom-up approach to understanding what are the technologies and what are the capacities of communities to absorb finances, and how do we support them to do that. So they need to be brought into the process of helping to refine and redefine the financial products that are being developed, the financial infrastructures that are there, working with the MFIs and other institutions. So we're in the process of working on that across a number of countries in the region to really make it a bottom-up approach, and we are working in the gender transformative process in this. How do you change the barriers that exist? How do we actually turn this around so that it's fully inclusive in the development of such kind of financial products? So very happy to engage both with you and Moomin and yourself as well on this, and many others. But it's a key component of how do we actually bring adaptation and resilience for all. If we don't get it to the communities, it's not for all, it's for the elite. So if we want to close and have a cup of coffee, which I'm sure everybody does, if we want to just go from, well, we'll go from left to right. I'm not quite sure which way this is from your end or my end, but we'll start with Nambi. But if you have a few quick reflections, what do you tell people now what we have to do?
I think it is important to invest in capacity building and training, because it has several components. Maybe the access to finance is one thing, and then the demystification of science, what I talked about, is also critical. I think these are some of the areas. Of course, there is some money interest flowing in, and there is money flowing in, but it's not adequate. If you really want to, at the community level, it's all very, very important to integrate this. I just want to quote a good thing now, which came out, profound statement which came from my guru, the chief architect of Indian Green Revolution, Professor Swaminathan. I asked the same question, how it is successful, how you do manage to kind of, make a green revolution successful. He said the policy, technology are essential in the government, and the buy-in from the government is all important, but all the more important is the farmers' participation and enthusiasm. It's a symphony. He calls it a symphony. So that's kind of, resonates very much with what you're doing today. If your resilience is everybody's business. It's not about, the government alone can't do anything much. So it's important for people to kind of really realize that, understand that, contribute to this whole process. It's happening, but it's all happening in bits and pieces. So it's important to harness that knowledge and energy there to kind of, to develop on their own.
Thank you for that. It just reminds me of somebody else, when you talk about symphony, somebody else is talking about cacophony. It's nicer to have it all aligned and working together than just talking over each other, so inclusion. Sorry,
Yeah, my reflection is that because lot of knowledges and practices are still there, but not utilized for, enhancing the adaptive capacities of the communities. So those are available in my country, and at the same time, other countries also. We should have some mechanism, strong, vibrant mechanism, so that to share our experiences and apply across the borders to have this new concept of transformative adaptation, because it is we have to be more sharp and more focused and results oriented, and at the same time ultimately we should have, we have come to the position that it is not a global warming, it is global boiling now. So we have to be very smart in those things, and at the same time, as Dr. Nambi said, across the scales and subnational levels and all the things, capacity building at the same time. So these are our message. I think we should bring to the COP28. We should have more vibrant discourse there so that we can have effective transformative adaptation across the sectors.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shin?
Okay, I think this is my final remarks. Yeah, actually, I want to say like this: we are faced on the climate changes in terms of the natural disasters and also some social problems, and there are so many sectors. But I think we should better think more about working together and sharing our knowledge in the central government and also local government over the world, which means that I think we can solve. I'm very positive guy. We can solve our problem, our crime crisis. Then, how we can make our more sustainable green growth future in the world, in terms of the sharing our knowledges and technologies, and also our experiences. That is very, very important thing we should pursue in the future generation. That's my final comment. Simple comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think
Sanjay.
that integration of all strategies, policies, and inclusion of all societal members in our mainstreaming all is very essential. And another thing, before COP28, I believe that to identify and define what is actually climate finance is very important at this time. And another thing, that what actually our target need to finalize. And another thing, before COP28, as you know, that recent JEF conference, that there is another financial arrangement for Kunming Biodiversity Framework, GBF, but still now, for climate change addressing, no separate funding, loss and damage funding. This is now in front of us. I believe this is the major issue for us. And if we cannot define climate finance, this is major challenge for access to finance for us. And another thing, I believe that access to finance, specifically GCF funding, the system is so complicated. We need is a simplification process, because it takes 2 to 3 years time to access climate finance. It needs to simplify. This all about. And another thing, respect to farmers. In our case, what the question raised, that we believe that every farmer is a scientist in our country, and we believe that in our country, as you know, that 175 million population producing 40 million crops a year. And mainly we believe that the real fighter is our farmers. Is need to respect them. And another thing to respect to, in our world, plan strategies, inclusion of women. We believe the 15% is our women. And recently gender action plan, we give priority to separate gender action plan to address them. This is all about, I think, that need to inclusion. And main thing that actions, solutions, though adaptation, of course, is the country specific, but sharing of knowledge with regional, sub-regional, international is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Maria.
Yes, thank you. I will be quick so we can go for coffee. COP, message to COP. The key message is ensuring an intersectional, gender-responsive adaptation approach. So it's a prerequisite, especially for local adaptation. I want to highlight also one thing that we haven't mentioned just yet, but doesn't mean we won't, because I will now. The importance of young people, young entrepreneurs, and it's embedded when we talk about diverse groups. And all of you have thought about this for sure, everyone on this panel, but we had a session yesterday where two young entrepreneurs from Nepal and Vietnam spoke, and this is where also the solutions come to ensure that this work will continue. So it's not just about, oh, we need to listen to the young people and then we do something. It is also to get as many people involved in developing gender-responsive livelihood options for built on climate resilient spaces. That's absolutely essential. So that would be the message to COP. Let's bring some good solutions to the table.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Okay, I think we have to draw it to a close. I'm supposed to give a summary of this, but I think it would be hard to summarize what has been said over the last hour and a half. But just in the last couple of seconds, it was just interesting to hear few words which I think are important. One was symphony, and I like the idea of everything working in sync together. It's really important to try and bring all of these various cogs and wheels together. It's complex. So I think there's a lot of lessons that we learned today. Positivity. If we don't focus on this with some positive aspects, there's a lot to be worried about. There's a lot of anxiety amongst people, but we need to remain positive that we will find the right solutions. And with people like the speakers here today, I think we've got a great start on that. So really appreciate that. Respect for farmers. I think respect is a huge word. I think it's not just for farmers, but maybe farmers, for women, for indigenous community, for the youth. We've got to respect them and integrate in an inclusive manner all their thoughts in the process. I think it's really important. And if I had any message for COP, amongst all the messages you've given, probably in a simple way, I'd say COP on. It's time to change. It's time to stop this being about fossil fuels and industry. It's about time for resilience for the communities that need it. So COP28, COP on, and focus on the needs of the people. With that, I'll say a big thank you to the panel, and maybe a round of applause for all of our speakers here today. So thank you, Nambi, Neil, Jin.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this plenary session 3. As you can see from the session title, it has two very important keywords, climate and biodiversity. And we welcome all the participants to this session because this is probably one of the most unique sessions that we have. We came here to Songdo talking about climate, but this session doesn't stop with the discussion on climate, but the connection between climate and biodiversity. Of course, all of us are in this APAN forum because we identify ourselves with the climate community. But today, it will be interesting to know how many in the room are coming here identifying themselves as having a background and interest or expertise in the area of biodiversity. Can we rate? Great. So can we have a show of hands? How many of you here put aside climate for the moment? Biodiversity. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's great. We need you in this session because this session is not going to talk about climate and stop, but we talk about the connection between the two. So why are we talking about the nexus, climate and biodiversity? I think here we recognize that our discussion of climate cannot be separated from biodiversity. If we can look at the next slides, please. Can we show the next slide? Okay. I mean, the world has already agreed on one thing. Climate change drives biodiversity loss. Sorry. Can you go back to the previous one? Yes. We have agreed as a global community on the interconnection of climate and biodiversity. Climate drives biodiversity loss, ecosystem degradation, but also we know that ecosystems and biodiversity loss are also factors in vulnerability of ecosystems and communities to climate change impacts. The second one is global science and policy have already established as well that addressing climate change and biodiversity nexus is identified as a priority action and targets. The other day, during the keynote, we heard about the IPCC report, talks about the role of nature for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Those who are from the biodiversity community, you're familiar with GBF, the Kunming, Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework 2030, which again talks about the connection of how biodiversity has to be managed and conserved by 2030 if we are to contribute to our climate action targets. But what's interesting is oftentimes these climate change and biodiversity groups generally pursue parallel efforts to plan, to invest, and act on their respective targets. We go to meetings on climate, we go to meetings on biodiversity, and sometimes we wonder if we actually invite each other. For example, we're familiar with IPCC, but there's a counterpart when it comes to biodiversity, which is IPBES, right? So it's the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. They are meeting right now as we speak in Bonn to talk about the next IPBES report. And I'm sure there'll be cross-referencing climate in the same way that the most recent report of IPCC has also cross-referenced nature and biodiversity. I wonder how many climate people are there in Bonn today. In the same way, they have a good number of people from the biodiversity group coming here today. And that's the reason why we have today a very interesting mix of panelists who come from these different backgrounds. Participants who come strictly from climate, participants who are sort of at the nexus of climate and biodiversity, and I don't think we have anybody in the panel who's just strictly biodiversity. So what are the key questions we are trying to address today? Because it's a very broad topic, we're going to cover in 90 minutes two things: governance and policy, and knowledge and practice. How to maximize benefits of climate and biodiversity nexus. We're going to listen to these different countries, what's going on, what governance structures, institutional arrangements are being introduced by these countries to bring biodiversity and climate together. How are these translated into policies, strategies, and actual actions on the ground, and what are the gaps? Secondly, we're going to talk about knowledge and practice. do we have a better and full understanding of the two-way impacts of climate change and biodiversity? Do we need more science? Do we need more research to help us generate that knowledge? And in this particular region, Asia Pacific, what are those critical knowledge gaps that we have to address? And what are the regional cooperation platforms? As we said, we would like to end this session today with an agreement that moving forward, we need not just only more dialogues on climate or biodiversity separately, but also more dialogues that bring together climate and biodiversity together. So I have the honor of introducing our panelists for today. And as I introduce them, to request them to come up stage. I'll start with Rachel Ann Herrera from the Philippines Climate Change Commission. Please join me. Next is Bidasruti Sadukan, Shruti, from ICLEI, South Asia, all the way from Delhi. And Claudia Binondo, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, based in the Philippines. And Mr. Nasir Gilyani, all the way from Pakistan, Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. And as we joked 2 days ago during the briefing over dinner, we're very thankful to our fifth panelist because he brings the average age significantly down. And that's Zohair Ahmed Kaushik, the speaker from the youth sector. Thank you. So my name's Dindo Campilan. I'm from IUCN, Asia Oceania. I'm based in Bangkok. And I'm here, I think, wearing the hat of both climate and biodiversity. So we'll start by talking about governance and policy. And with this, maybe, Rachel, if you could just offer some thoughts. What's going on in the Philippines right now in terms of this challenge and opportunity to bring climate and biodiversity together? Speaking from the Climate Change Commission, of course, what's going on in terms of policies, in terms of how agendas and even resources are being prioritized in the Philippines? What can we learn?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dindo, for the kind introduction. And let me also first thank the government of Korea and the city of Incheon for the kind hospitality, and the Ministry of Environment of Japan, and the UN Climate Change, and UNEP for bringing us all here together for this APAN forum. Yes. So I am Rachel Herrera from the Climate Change Commission, as has been introduced. And just briefly, we are a government agency that coordinates programs across government on climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And we also are a policy issuing body. But with that mandate, we are the UNFCCC focal. And in this role, we have formulated the country's NDC. And now underway is the NAP that we're also developing, where we serve as the convening body. So these are already intersecting work in one government agency. The Philippines, as you know, is one of the most mega-diverse countries, and we are also a biodiversity hotspot. And this is very worrying, concerning that we host 2/3 of the world's biodiversity. And on the other hand, we are also among the top countries most affected by climate change. In the 2021 World Risk Index, I think we even topped it, Dr. Dindo. And also, you know, in the human cause of disasters by UNDRR, we were also in the top rank of the most impacted countries in terms of loss for a 2-decade period. So this is what we are facing now in terms of climate adaptation challenges. So on this nexus of biodiversity and climate change, this is a very interesting topic for us to acknowledge, and we recognized early on that this work cuts across many governmental functions. So in 2011, we created a cabinet-level cluster of body that's Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation, NDRR, which has no less than 28 agencies as members. And our Climate Change Commission serves as the secretariat. And this Cabinet Cluster is the main coordination mechanism to incorporate climate and disaster risks in government programming. So I would like to highlight that through this cluster, we have created program convergence budgeting. And this programming, budgeting, and planning approach is developed as an innovative way to enable government agencies to move as one. So this means that a program could be budgeted and implemented across several agencies. It reduces duplication and promotes working together. And through this cluster and this program convergence budgeting, we have also created the Risk Resiliency and Sustainability Program that works to deliver adaptation outcomes and strengthen resilience of ecosystems. So this convergence targets the spending so that it's focused, whether it's at the national or subnational level, and it's the components, as I said, may be found in several agencies. With this risk resiliency program, I'd like to then end here that each program component has an investment roadmap. So we don't forget that important component of after planning and identifying what needs to be done, we are also creating a portfolio that matches the needs so that the measures to manage the risks and vulnerabilities can source financing. And the areas now for program investment that we have are on integrated water resource management, coastal protection, livelihoods, and climate information services. Thank you, Dr.
Rachel, it's a very important perspective coming from the agency responsible for leading the development of the National Climate Action Plan of the Philippines. But we also know, and us coming from different countries, that all countries which are parties to these environmental conventions develop these action plans, one for climate, one for biodiversity, one for land degradation neutrality. So I have a practical question. When these different agencies are developing these plans, and in the Philippines, are they starting to talk to each other and share and maybe cross-reference the three documents? And what are the challenges?
Well, admittedly, the mandates for biodiversity sits in one bureau, the Biodiversity Management Bureau under the Department of Environment, and the Climate Change Action Mandate is well-founded in the mandate of the Climate Change Commission, and land degradation as well is with the Department of Environment. So we are very careful, of course, as is very traditional, not to encroach as we would like in terms of governance, but the convergence has really to be pursued, and we have found harmony in creation of these bodies that promote or even require convergence. So the planning must be in convergence, the budgeting must be in convergence, and with what I have mentioned, the cluster at the cabinet level, this is mandated by no less than an executive order. So at the very highest level, the governance or the political commitment to converge these works are required. So we have no less than 28 agencies, as I mentioned. So not just environment, not just climate, but also infrastructure, also water, also even national security agencies are involved.
Thank you. We have heard from Rachel the perspective of what's going on at the national level. Now let's go to ICLEI, and I'm going to invite Shruti. First of all, maybe you can introduce ICLEI to some of those who are not familiar with it. But from the perspective of what happens at the national level, what about at the subnational, at the city, provincial, subnational level? Is there better convergence, if I may borrow the word, in terms of planning and acting on biodiversity and climate? And what do you see as the way forward?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this session. I'm from ICLEI. ICLEI is essentially an association of local governments. We work with cities, all kinds of local governments, big and small, and what we try to do is to help cities work towards a sustainable development. Climate change is, of course, a very essential part of what we do, but we also work on other issues, including urban biodiversity, including developmental issues, water, waste, and other issues that all municipalities kind of are involved in. Coming to your question, I think, so there is, of course, a well-built set of policies, of laws, guidelines that we have at the national level for biodiversity conservation as well as for climate change. So that there is no denying the fact that there is a whole lot of acts which are there in most of the countries. In South Asian region, most of the countries have this. So India has the Biodiversity Act, it has the National Biodiversity Action Plan, which is also looking at national biodiversity targets based on the Aichi targets. So all of that is there. Bangladesh has the NBSAP, which has been prepared. Bhutan, Nepal, all of them have these NBSAPs which they have prepared, and they want to work towards biodiversity conservation for sure. But just having these policies has not been enough. We have recently come up with the Status of Indian Birds report, which is showing that there is still a significant decline in biodiversity, even with these policies being there. At the local level, there is no policy per se for biodiversity conservation. There is no policy for climate change work as well. But they are following the national policies. And what we have seen is that even though there is no policy as such at the local level, there are actions which are being taken up. The cities are working towards for nature-based solutions, they are working for ecosystem-based adaptation, they are taking up climate action work. So all of that is happening, and it's happening. I mean, there are very good examples as well from the urban areas. What we find is a challenge is actually having local officials who have the technical capacity to understand how to integrate climate change and biodiversity, of how to understand the linkages between climate and biodiversity and actually put it into action. And of course, there is the problem of financing, because there are always conflicting priorities. Which one do you choose? Do you choose gray infrastructure? Do you choose green infrastructure? And which one do you finance? So there is always these issues which are arising in the cities.
Shruti, you mentioned a term that many of us probably are not familiar with, NBSAPs. If you are from the biodiversity community, it's obvious. So we are familiar with the National Climate Change Action Plans, right? So NCCAP. We are familiar with IPCC. I've just mentioned about IPBES being the counterpart on biodiversity. Just for our information, what is NBSAP? NBSAP.
National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. It has been produced by most of these countries. Some of them actually have strategies and action plans which are very localized as well. So like Nepal has one for the Terai region, one for the mountain regions, and so on. So these are basically action plans which the national governments produce to work towards biodiversity conservation. Yeah.
So in other words, if we have national climate change action plans which parties submit to UNFCCC, we also have NBSAPs, which are then prepared by parties and submitted to CBD, the Secretariat for the Convention on Biological Diversity. I think we're going to have more of that later on when we have Claudia. But for now, let me continue. And I think Pakistan would be an interesting case, also because Mr. Nazir comes from government. He's part of the Planning Commission at the Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. I understand you have a few slides to make your point. So, Mr. Nazir, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to all my colleagues. I think all of us have one thing common, that we understand there is something dangerous happening to the human beings, the planet, and other species. And we have to work together to at least reduce the rate of destruction We cannot go back, but if you look through the history, stand witness to it. The biodiversity has been killed by climate change. If you look towards the Ice Age, and then we have dinosaurs, but no dinosaurs today. The biodiversity is affected by climate change and climate change induced by human also. That is, first is hunger, that is killing animals for food and survival. Then there's the food, then clearing the forest and the jungles to grow grains. And then these are basic needs, then comes greed, that we need energy. Air condition, cars and all that, carbon emissions, that is part when we move to GDP. Philosophy of living moved to the GDP. So I would like that I try to integrate things in that sense of the morning plenary. Enablers, integration, and one point was raised here, who have been directly involved with biodiversity. I'm very proud that I served head of Wildlife Service Pakistan for a tenure. Though I was from civil service, but I have to learn then all the biodiversity. The only thing I could do was basically my power of administration to protect it. Because if you do not have that power, nobody listens to you. So ownership is one of the main things. There is no ownership, and that ownership is very, very important in this case, that people believe awareness and understanding loss and damages, which is the tomorrow session. Once we get that, then the national state governments, nation states have to make policies. But the problem is, what I observed not only in Pakistan, but most of the world, including the developed world, that policies and practices are at divergence. Policy says protection, and practice says expansion. Then whatever we have decided, we have to move by governance structures, which the able moderator stated, that how this thing will work. But these laws, policies, and rules cannot work in case of biodiversity, because this is a relationship of one species to the other species. So it is essentially an behavioral change, which is a social factor. We have to keep people understand loss and damages and a humanity, and where we will develop, interconnect these things, either from the parliament, where from policies, from the cabinet, and the acts from the parliament, or from the communities who has to be benefited. Here is a very good success example in Pakistan. The Marco Polo sheep, ibex, Himalayan, were going to vanish. We decided to empower communities and share benefit of trophy hunting. Now they are more than earlier years. That means a relationship between the community and the governance. And all that occurred due to the financing. Financing, a few people can understand here from Bangladesh and India, jitna gur daloge utna meetha hoga. So how much effort you will make, governance plus finance. Because if you give only orders and then not share the benefits, people will not go with you. And then optimal taxation. From where the money will come? If you put more taxes, people will say, do not protect biodiversity, we are not ready to pay taxes. Then how to make value for money? And local adaptation and the climate change, which is the main framework, because the climate change varies from one spot to the other spot. In Pakistan, we have 14 climate regions, from temperate climate to subtropical, tropical, and arid and semi-arid, and many in between. So for each of that, we have to devise a little bit different strategy. And I say that I do not talk about the animals, birds, flora, fauna. I talk about the people. if we protect the biodiversity, I assure you the disaster risk is reduced, because if there is a strong trees there, they stop mudslide, and the bank erosions are also stopped. And if there is no such biological measures, the disaster is more. Food system and the food security, we have to determine that what species cannot be used for food because they are diminishing. And all biodiversity has a cycle like nitrogen cycle or the oxygen cycle. You kill one element, the balance is gone. And my experience is this, that we have 4 core areas. There are 100 areas, but for reducing them to a focal and the time constraint, I say loss of natural habitat. The second is salinity and sodicity of water and the land. We use saline water for irrigation and reduce the quality of the land also, and that water goes down and make the aquifer also contaminated or saline. And then degradation of water habitats. The wetlands, water habitats are the stations for migratory birds, and they also have unique species of fish and aqua life. So then by the climate change, the droughts, their water is being reduced, and that is threatening further species. And the solution is very simple, starting from the lesson learned that there are implementation gaps. How to do that? Remove that. Finance and investment projects. Yes, it is easier to say finance and implement projects. Pakistan, I can declare happily that independent agencies evaluated that Pakistan is one of the top investors in this area. 7% of our GDP is invested as pro-climate change. Okay, yes. Improve the adaptation capacity and the national capacities with one word, that is called mutual benefit. And then we will go all that thing at the silver lining. We have several success stories we can share at the end. And as the time ends, I finish my slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nasir. So far, we've heard from our 3 panelists examples in the Philippines, in India at the subnational level, and also Pakistan. And we'll open the discussion on policy and governance later on. In the meantime, let's turn to the other challenge around knowledge and practice. While at the highest level, and science has already declared the interconnectedness, here in this region, the question is, what are the gaps in terms of our understanding of the two-way impacts of biodiversity and climate change? And also, how could regional cooperation be strengthened so that countries, communities can share and also do joint action towards the nexus of climate and biodiversity? Now, I'm going to invite Claudia, who's from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. One thing that struck me when I asked her the other day, she said part of the challenge is that we seem to be talking past each other, the climate and biodiversity group. If you look at the documents, we use different terms to probably mean the same thing. So is it a communication issue? Is it a language issue? But there's probably more. So Claudia, what do you see in the ASEAN region? And you might want also to introduce the center first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dindo, also for the wonderful introduction of the ACB. I am from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, or ACB, and ACB is one of the ASEAN charters of one of the charters of the ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So the ASEAN has a population, is composed of 10 countries. So it's in the Southeast Asia. Now we just leave actually one country that's not yet part of the ASEAN, that's Timor-Leste. And then we're 600 million people, over 400 million hectares of land, and that's actually a third of the world, but in terms of the land mass, but actually we host about 20% of the known species in the world. So that's how rich the ASEAN region is. And also, The ASEAN region also is among the economically one of the actually fifth in terms of economic ranking in the world, so combined of all the GDP of all the 10 countries. And now you see how important it is, the climate issue in the region, because in the recent study, in the consultation we've had, it was said that about 23% of the GDP will be lost by 2030 in the region because of the climate change impacts. So that's how important the discussion is in terms of climate change and biodiversity nexus. And I would just like to share actually my experience here. I was here in the first day of this forum, and I was actually trying to look forward or watching out how many of those discussions will be mentioning biodiversity or biodiversity conservation. And I couldn't remember, or maybe it just passed me, that I couldn't remember when or where biodiversity was mentioned. So definitely, it was not a major, should I say, jargon here, unlike from the sector where I'm working in. So, but I came to a resolve that maybe it's just about jargons, but we see still the elements of biodiversity conservation in the discussions. For example, there are discussions on soil conservation, on agroforestry, sustainable agriculture, and even water conservation. These are part of actions towards biodiversity conservation. So definitely there is no argument on the two-way impact of biodiversity and climate change. But if you wanted to know the perspective on the biodiversity side, actually, in the past decade, we have these Aichi biodiversity targets. And climate change actually was not explicitly mentioned in those targets. So you will just have to look on the indicators, probably under the ecosystem services or something about the ecosystem restoration or protected areas management. But now it's more clear, actually, in the recently adopted Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So it's a global agreement among the parties of the United Nations for the Convention on Biological Diversity. And actually, there are several targets there that explicitly articulate climate change. So target 8, for example, is about actions to mitigate the impacts of climate change through nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. And it's not only target 8, but there are also several references in other targets. For example, in target 11 on the ecosystem services. And in maintaining the ecosystem services, we are also mitigating the impacts of climate change through nature-based solutions again. And then also there is this target as well on the sustainable financing, and that also discusses the support to the implementation of the NBSAPs. So that's the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans. And there is also a reference on the how we are going to solve the crisis on climate. And also, that mentions, again, nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation. So when you come to the discussions on biodiversity side, clearly there is also recognition that there is this strong link or interconnected or nexus between climate and biodiversity. So probably it's just the different jargons, but we see also the common language through the nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation.
Thank you, Claudia. We have to give credit to APAN for having invited representatives of the biodiversity community, such as Claudia here today, and a few others have raised their hand. You said you didn't hear biodiversity mentioned that much in the past days. I think many of us are also curious. What is it like when we have a biodiversity meeting, like when your center organizes? What's the participation of the people from the other side, if I speak of the climate people? And what are the dynamics? How would you compare it to a forum which is on climate and connecting with biodiversity, to a forum on biodiversity and trying to invite inputs from the climate perspective?
That's a very good question. Actually, I can only speak on behalf of the regional scale, actually. But when we do, for example, at the ACB, when we do consultations among the ASEAN member states related to climate, we try also to invite the climate sector. So we try to invite the different ministries or commissions on climate from the different member states. So it's not only the environment, but there are also other countries that the climate and the nature are in one ministry. So that's a very actually ideal setting. But in most of the countries, these are separate sectors or agencies. So we try to have the audience also from the climate sector when we do that. And then actually in 2018, we had this discussion or consultation on looking at the NDCs and the National Climate Change Action Plans and also the NBSAPs. And we see there are commonalities in those action plans, but there are still gaps that we need to address. And until now, they are still gaps.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Our last speaker comes from the UNEP Children and Youth Major Group. I was also with him in a session this morning, and it's really refreshing to hear the perspective of someone like him who sort of takes us back to reality as people who prepare for the next generation. And he brings a perspective of whether what we're discussing in APAP actually means anything and means anything for the future, for the next generation that he represents. Zahir, from what you've heard so far, and you are representing the youth, how do you see the future? And what are the challenges in terms of building more knowledge and partnerships to ensure that we hand over a future to you that's not only climate resilient, but also nurtures biodiversity?
Am I audible? Yes. So maybe I'll start with complaining about current system that I always do. I do complain a lot. But yes, so the first thing is that undoubtedly the global environmental agenda is heavily undermined by climate change. There is no confusion about that. Everybody knows about climate change, everybody knows about UNFCCC, everybody knows about UNFCCC COP, and everybody wants to go to COP. That's good. But at the same time, we have to understand that we are no more in the era of climate crisis. We are in the era of triple planetary crisis, which is biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. Three comes together, and these three has an interplay, right? So I have already heard our speakers mentioning about how climate change is affecting biodiversity and how it's actually exaggerating biodiversity and nature loss. But at the same time, maybe if we try to think in a different way, we'll find out that biodiversity loss has a great impact on climate. If you think about the marine and ocean biodiversity, you'll find that the phytoplankton plays a very important role in absorbing carbon. And we know that the ocean is the biggest carbon sink for our entire planet. But due to other factors, not by the climate change, I'm just not thinking of climate change for a bit. I'm just taking a look on what are the other factors affecting our marine biodiversity. Obviously, plastic pollution, chemical and waste pollution, which is kind of affecting the phytoplanktons and the marine biodiversities, and the species which are involved in absorbing carbon. And this is how our carbon sink is not having the capacity to absorb more carbon, and it's releasing a lot of carbon. That's how biodiversity loss is actually exerting climate change. It's a double way effect. It's not just climate change is affecting biodiversity. Biodiversity is also affecting climate change. And over that, with the exaggerate impact of climate change and biodiversity loss, again, impacting each other badly. Now it comes like we are forced to inherit a world, broken world, which is unsustainable, and we are pushed to have a very unsustainable lifestyle. Because of our older generation, they actually got introduced to a kind of lifestyle which is not climate friendly, biodiversity friendly, and moreover, not environment friendly. So, can you repeat your question? Maybe I have missed some more words.
Maybe I'll put a very simple question. I have to acknowledge, by the way, that in the past 3 days at APAN, we really heard very good examples of Bangladesh, which is where Zohair comes from. And that's a credit to a lot of effort that's already going on in the country. So maybe I put it simply. In 20 years from now, if you become Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Zohair, what will be the first thing you do to make sure that the biodiversity and climate actions and investment policies will be synergized and come together?
I'm not sure whether I need to be a Prime Minister to work for the environment, overall environment, or whether I will be able to be a Prime Minister. But what I can do as a citizen of Bangladesh, not just citizen, I consider myself as a global citizen. But young people today, they actually consider themselves global citizens, and we don't have all these political boundaries. We are above all these things. So the first thing that I'll do is that I'll combine all the environmental issues, and I'll educate people that climate is not separate from environment. It's environment. And the UNFCCC is not a climate convention. It's a MEA, Multilateral Environmental Agreements. Don't forget about the roots. We'll bring all the people back to the root and let them know that we should address all these issues together, and things shouldn't happen in silo. Because we're seeing in these policy spaces, I mean, every convention, they're coming up with a lot of protocols, pacts, agreements every year, work plans. And when we are actually bringing that down to the national level, we are preparing separate plans for each of the conventions. Okay, fine, there is no problem. But the cross-referencing is not happening. But there's a good thing that's happening from the last biodiversity COP is that the last biodiversity COP actually got a lot of attention that other COPs of the Biodiversity Convention couldn't get. And maybe because of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and some of the components, even in the targets, climate adaptation is mentioned, the target 8. So maybe in future, after 20 years later, I'm thinking, what should I do? But yeah, what I'll do is like, perhaps we can bring all the actors together under one platform. We'll teach them all that the climate, biodiversity, pollution, these are not, shouldn't be dealt separately. They should be dealt in a comprehensive way. And all the action plans that we produce, whether it's a local, national, regional, global, we should consider all the problems that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Zohair, and thanks to the panelists. I think with the inputs that they provided so far, we open the floor now for any questions or comments. And if you want it directed to any particular member of the panel, please do so. We're going to get help from Vanessa in terms of the microphone. Yes. So just please raise your hand, and I'll let Vanessa and the team pass the microphone. Or they can approach the mic. Yes, okay. So if you also prefer, you can actually approach one of the mic stands around. Who would like to ask the first question or make a comment or an additional input? Yes, please. Maybe approach the microphone, if you please.
Thank you very much. Binay Ratsibakoti from IGS Japan. So I have a basic question. So it's good to see that nexus, biodiversity, climate change, and other things. But another point of view is, are we over confusing ourselves by just trying to see everything as a nexus, like disaster, biodiversity, climate change, SDGs. So, but we lose the overall vision of the bigger problem, the elephant in the room. So I just like to float this question to all the panel, if they have any insight on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who would like to respond to that? Okay, I think you're getting the reaction from, I think, the entire panel. Let's start from Mr. Nazir. Aren't we confusing the whole country of Pakistan by putting everything together in one basket? Or
I think it's a very genuine concern. I was part of the team at New York while we were designing SDGs. And from the countries, nation states, there were about 150 indicators to be added. And to simplify that, we converted it into 17 goals, and then rest we put it indicators and measures like that. The question is, each country has certain focal areas where they have to concentrate. It is not a prescription. Global prescription is an idea that change is there, and we have one thing to live with that change and also to reduce the acceleration rate. That is commonality in everything. To reduce the acceleration rate and try to live with that change. This is the SDG, this is biodiversity, and this is every nation's survival depends upon that. A day before, I spoke on that issue which Pakistan initially nobody believed, that rising seawater level is an issue for Maldives or some island nations, Pacific. But once I shared with authorities that melting ice is reducing our water reservoir in the glaciers, number one. So we will not having water in the rivers. Secondly, the Arabian Sea temperature has risen, which is causing now typhoon and cyclones, which was earlier in Pacific. Now they are coming to Arabian Sea. So confusion will remain there. And I share with you, this confusion gives the flexibility of your parliament and the decision makers to understand the urgency among the actions. There's a lot of actions to be done, but the priority and urgency and appropriate allocation of the resources is done by deliberations with the communities, and parliament and the cabinet takes decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasir. I ask Zohir again, are we confusing the youth by always talking about nexuses, by always talking about 100+ indicators, or we don't really have a choice because the world is complex?
No, I don't think that we are confusing. Normally, suppose you like cheese, like to eat cheese. Sometimes you eat cheese, like you just eat cheese. Or sometimes you cook it with something else. You eat cheese with something else, right? You put it on the pizza bread and you put it with the toast and everything. So this is like that. We have our own sectors to work on. And again, we find out the crossovers and work on this. But we really need to think what we do all these things, climate action, biodiversity action, pollution action, why? Why do we do things? Because the ultimate goal for all of us together, we have the same common goal to achieve sustainable development. Let's not forget that. And we are doing all these actions, climate change, biodiversity, halting biodiversity loss and, fighting pollution, to achieve sustainable development. Because if we cannot, fight climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, we won't be able to achieve sustainable development. And that's our, ultimate goal. And now we're in an era where each of these issues are affecting each other. So we don't have any other way not to, address the intersectionality of all these issues. It's very important because if we keep working on silos, we won't be able to achieve our ultimate environmental and development goals. Yeah.
Thank you. Claudia, I think you wanted to respond. What is it like? Because you deal with intergovernmental processes across 10 members of ASEAN. Is there confusion? Is there synergy? Is there enthusiasm? What happens?
How do I put it? Actually, all of us in this room are privileged people. Because we get to know these jargons, we get to know these concepts, these principles, And we get to engage in these global negotiations, and we got to be oriented in these different targets, global targets, regional targets, sub-regional targets, and even our national targets. So we are privileged here. But when we go out of this conference, or even if in this building, the rest of the world actually doesn't know what we are talking about. So biodiversity, climate change, these are just felt by the rest of the world. So I think it's not about confusing about these different concepts or terminologies or targets or harmonizing these things. But the important thing is that we have to recognize each other's actions, each other's efforts. So I've heard a while ago about turfing, about silos. I think it's high time to recognize the work of each other and then find ways how we can work together, especially at the national level, at the local level, when these things are felt very much. So I think there's no issue actually in confusing terminologies or different approaches or concepts. But if that will bring you to get money for you to be able to finance your actions, then I think it's high time also to make the rest of the world understand what we are talking about. How many of those policymakers know what we are talking about, especially at the local level? So for example, we've talked about one time about if jargons are important. This becomes important, I think, for me, in my personal opinion, if that will bring you resources. And if these actually jargons could create more harmony among the different levels of governance on, for example, environment sector, climate sector, if these terminologies or jargons could bring us together, then it becomes important.
Thank you, Claudia. Just want to check first if anybody would like to ask the next question. You're free to come to the microphone. In the meantime, would you like to say something, Rachel, back on the first question? And also, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to add from the government perspective, it's really we're seeing more and more of these initiatives, these discussions on the nexus, and it's not really with the aim of confusing or just bringing everything together, but to maximize the multiple co-benefits that addressing one thematic will produce in another. So if you have solutions that promote collaboration and produce benefits that address a range of concerns at the same time, then why not, right? So you are, in fact, optimizing the very limited resources that we have now that compared to what is needed to adapt.
Thank you. We'll take the next question, please. It would be good also if you introduce yourself, where you come from, and then your question or comment.
Hello, my name is Zareen. I work in Oxfam in Bangladesh, and I'm also a youth from Bangladesh. So I'd like to raise a question about the 30x30 biodiversity rule that got passed in last COP15, right, for the biodiversity COP. So I was asking, this 30% earth and land, where is this gonna be coming from? Which are gonna be the protected zones? Because so far we have seen conservation policies have protected some zones which have deprived the indigenous communities, like farmers, fishers, forest-dependent communities, from accessing those protected zones. So why should these vulnerable communities, farmers, fishers, or both from marine and land, why should they be deprived of accessing the resources, natural resources? They have been completely dependent since forever, whereas they're also vulnerable to climate change, whereas they're not responsible for it. So would anybody like to address that?
Thank you, and thank you for raising 30 by 30. So while I invite the panel, those who also raised their hands from the biodiversity sector, you're very much welcome to also stand up and help explain what is this 30 by 30 target in the new GBF. But first of all, maybe go back to Claudia again. What's this 30 by 30, 30% of lands and waters by 2030? How is that connected back to climate?
Yes, actually that's the third target of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So I think that the 30% is actually as a global agreement on the setting of the, this is the actually the percentage in which we become more resilient to for example, to different drivers of biodiversity loss. So that includes climate change. But the discussion on the 30% actually still lies within the agreement among the parties or within the nation or the country. So actually there is this some ambiguity whether the 30% is the 30% of your total, for example, terrestrial areas, or 30% is the totality of all your protected areas, whether you're talking about the terrestrial, marine, or other ecosystems, or whether the 30% is only the marine component. So actually, when we translate that into the national biodiversity strategies and action plans, the nations would need also to define their indicators for that. And then I think you made a good point at recognizing also the indigenous peoples and local communities, and also your ancestral lands or waters or domains. And in fact, that part of the target, target 3, also recognizes other area-based effective conservation measures. And I think it is where these ancestral domains could come in. So while there are uses, recognized as sustainable uses of these resources within these domains, there is still also the recognition that these are conserved and protected, and that contributes to the global targets for biodiversity. So I think it will depend. It's still a context, or it's still a site-based, depending on the site-based or local context on how these targets, global targets, are reflected at the national and local levels.
Thank you. I'm actually going to look around if there's anybody who knows more about 30 by 30 and GBF, and if you would like to help enlighten the rest of us. Anybody from the room? Yeah. Otherwise, I go back to Zahir first. Would you like to answer that question? I would
like to address.
Where in Bangladesh are you going to find the 30% of lands and waters by 2030?
Sorry, can you come again?
I think the question is, in the context of Bangladesh, where do you find the 30% of lands and waters to conserve by 2030?
Okay, so the 30 by 30 is a very lucrative term now. It's not just because the Global Biodiversity Framework. You know, there's another framework that I wanted to address. That's why I actually asked for the microphone. There's another agreement called United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and they also had a landmark achievement this year, early this year. This has been like a negotiation for more than 15 years. And they have achieved and adopted the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ Treaty. And this is about protecting the 30% by the 2030, the areas which, the marine areas which are beyond the national jurisdiction. So maybe GBF will cover the, within the country, the national jurisdiction, and these will cover the, yes, in Bangladesh, I think that it should be the forests that I think there was a discussion earlier in the morning panel, Urban Resilience, that the delegate from Bangladesh was telling that we have like 51 marine protected areas and 21 protected areas. And probably these are going to be the, obviously these are going to be brought down in the national action plans, and we'll see how governments are doing, which are the sites or which are the areas they're choosing to protect, which are those 30% areas. But at the same time, we're concerned about another thing, that in Asia-Pacific, there are a lot of governments that prefer distract the natural forest and create artificial forest. That's something that they can, you know, promote and show that, yeah, we have done something. In many Asia-Pacific countries, you know, rubber plant, rubber gardens, and then palm forests are considered a national forest. And that's how we are showing, hey, we have increased our forest cover. So I hope that governments will, these frameworks will stop those malpractices and bring something good for the people in the countries.
Thank you, Zohair. I'm going to look around for any new hand who would like to ask any question or comment before I give a chance for the other panelists. Anybody else? Please. And the microphone is behind you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the panelists to maybe mention one concrete measure that they have in mind in their countries or regions that concretely address both the climate change crisis and the biodiversity crisis, or rather the mass extinction that we are currently seeing, with only 4% of mammals being wildlife globally. Thank you.
Thank you. One very concrete example to illustrate how in each of your countries there's an action that's directed at addressing climate and biodiversity together, and then the synergy. You'd like to start? Yes, and then maybe I'll invite Shruti afterwards from the perspective at the community level. Please, Mr. Nasir.
There is one specific example. Due to the shortage of time, I have not shown that slide. Pakistan has one big lake, Manchar Lake, and that has pala fish there. But then, due to the climate change, the lake was getting dry and that species was going to end up. So we have diverted extra water from the irrigation canal to the lake so that the water quality can be maintained, because water was evaporating every year and the salinity was increasing in that lake, and that was fresh water species of fish there. So we have spent about $4.5 million to construct a canal, reuse of that water from the fields, which is having a salinity of 700 ppm. The lake salinity was 4,000. So that dilute that salinity, and that has saved that aquatic life there, and rate of evaporation has increased due to global warming. So we have managed both things. At the same time, we have protected the lake and we have protected the species. Thank you.
Thank you. What about at the subnational city, local government level? Any specific concrete example?
Well, so we, in ICLEI, we work with local governments to prepare their climate action plans. And in all the action plans, we do try to identify at least a few initiatives which are nature-based, which are ecosystem-based solutions towards climate action. I think some of the things which come up very often is how to increase the green cover to reduce heat stress. So that is something which comes up regularly in our cities, particularly because the heat is a major problem in the region. So that has been done in many cities in India also, as well as the other aspect which comes up is during flooding. What do you do for flooding aspects? And that is where either groundwater recharging or rainwater harvesting, these kind of issues are used for water resource management. This is particularly for urban areas. We do have some examples in preparing urban forests. We follow the Miyawaki technique of preparing urban forests in some of the cities, which has been pretty successful in one of the cities where we've tried it in India, in Rajkot. So these are some of the things which we are doing, and these are some of the examples, I think, of successful integration between climate and biodiversity.
Thank you. Any other concrete example? Rachel, Claudia, please go ahead, Rachel.
Yes, I think I should mention our newly passed law, like a year ago, on the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System Act. So we are also trying to increase the number or the area of areas, the area of protected areas that are protected by law and with national government budgeting. So with these protected areas that have expanded in terms of number, we have more natural parks, landscapes, seascapes, and reserves declared as protected under national law. And we have tried to increase them compared to 1997, where we had like 113, and now we have additional 107 legislated protected areas. And this has allowed us to increase the forest cover, which is actually reflected in our NDC. With forestry as a sink, and this is an example, I guess, of the convergence concrete by legislation.
I want to check again if there are any other questions who'd like to go up and approach the microphone before I give a chance to the panelists. Anybody else from the room? Yes, please, go ahead. Again, if you could introduce yourselves and where you come from, and then you can make your comment or question.
Thank you for nice presentation. Nice. I'm Sanjeev Kumar Karn from Nepal, Ministry of Agriculture. You know, the biodiversity is disappearing due to climate change day by day. I just want to I want to get the opinion from the speaker. All of the speakers, there are 5 speakers, so may I get 5 points, probably one or more from each panelist. So how to maximize the benefits of climate and biodiversity nexus? May I get 1 point from each panelist? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In 30 seconds each, tell us one very concrete benefit that comes out of addressing climate and biodiversity together. I think that was the question. We start from Zahir.
Okay, I actually wanted to think a bit, but yeah. So one quick thought on what's the benefit. Yes, that's the benefit. If we can address both together, we'll be able to improve the lifestyle of the people. If we can address biodiversity loss and climate change together, it will help us to make our lifestyle more green, clean, and sustainable. That's what maybe I just wanted to share quickly.
I think Rachel wants to make a similar point to what the Hoyers mentioned.
Yes, definitely increasing the quality of life, and that means adding to the nexus, the SDGs that we must also achieve, and keeping in mind that we are in this urgent decade to take action. That's why we must optimize, maximize the nexus. And the reason being that with every percentage of biodiversity loss, it reduces our capacity to really adapt, and in fact increases the cost over the long term. And when we reach perhaps 2030, it may even, as the IPCC said, present to us the limits to adaptation. So that brings in a new set of problems. So perhaps, Dr. Dinu, this APAN forum should not happen every 2 years, maybe annually for this critical decade. Thank you.
Okay, let's put that on record as a recommendation. I hope Mo is around. Let's complete the round of answers. In 30 seconds, one concrete benefit out of addressing climate and biodiversity together. Shruti, would you like to go next?
Okay, so I will speak from the perspective of local governments, and I think what would help is to build the capacity of the local government officials to be able to understand the linkages between biodiversity and climate change, so that they can use their available funding more effectively, so that if they have funds for instance, for plantation, they could actually look at it from the climate angle as well, and do their project so that it integrates and brings out the benefits to both biodiversity as well as climate action. So one would definitely be the capacity building of the local government officials to understand these integration aspects of biodiversity and climate change.
Thank you. Claudia?
Should I just say amen? to what
Sometimes
they've
reaffirmation
said.
is very important.
Yeah, actually, when we get to address both, that would actually increases also our resilience. So when we encounter these disasters, we won't have to have more problems on how we are going to get up again after these disasters. And also we get to enjoy what we should be enjoying. So it's actually our right to have these healthy ecosystems and nature. So that's actually one of the greatest benefits, and that gives us more room to improve also our economic life.
Yeah. Thank you. In Pakistan, I can think of so many examples, but Mr. Nasir, cite one example, concrete example of the benefit of climate and biodiversity addressed together.
Pakistan started 1 billion trees per year program that was restoration of the habitat.
Yes.
Because if we have 1 billion trees, this will help reduce the carbon flows because the trees absorb the carbons and also lower the temperature. And at the same time, they provide habitat for the wildlife.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're actually drawing to a close here, but I'd like to give a chance to any final comment or question from the audience, and then I'll ask our panelists here to have the wrap-up message. Anybody else would like? Oh, yes, please.
Monifa from the Secretariat of the Pacific Community. I see up front all of Asia, not the Pacific. So I'd like to make that comment. Maybe when we talk about biodiversity and climate change nexus, the Pacific is the largest. We have oceanic states. So maybe to put on record, invite us next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listen, and thank you for reminding us that Asia Pacific does include Oceania, of course, and your region. Thank you. Any final comment, question, or comment? Otherwise, I am going to give our panelists a minute each to just wrap up, and for any other message that you'd like to have addressed to APAN in general, especially. Yes, I'll start, and maybe we can start with you.
I would like to thank you, IUCN. While the climate change was a debate in early 90s or end of 80s, IUCN started things linking together, starting in conservation strategies. Pakistan prepared the first national conservation strategy in the world, and that was hosted by IUCN. So IUCN has a lot of knowledge and contribution. So I would like to place on record the services rendered by IUCN.
Thank you, Mr. Nasir, and thanks for recognizing IUCN. I'll take note of that. We go this way. Rachel, any final message? Where you just suggested to APAN we should be meeting every year. Any other suggestion you have?
Yes, I think we all know why we're here. It's because of the recognition of this biggest global challenge. And as Zuhair has said, the triple planetary crisis. And UN Secretary General Guterres did say clearly that we are already entering the era of global boiling. So even as we speak now, 2 typhoons back-to-back have hit the Philippines, damaging infrastructure, agriculture, and many lives lost, hundreds of thousands affected. And I think it puts into perspective the level and scale of action that needs to be done right now. And without action, just from the perspective of the Philippines, this will impose substantial economic and human cost and could reach up to 7.6% of our GDP by 2030 and 13.6% of our GDP by 2040 if we do not adapt and adapt well. But it can be done, and we need to have the transformational adaptation, the knowledge exchange here, and the political will and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Claudia first. Any final comment, message for APAN?
Yes, first and foremost, it is our honor also. We're honored that we were invited in this kind of forum. And personally, actually, it's my first time to attend this kind of forum, and I'm not sure if the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity also has been invited to these types of global discussions on climate change. And we look forward to see more of these conversations and discussions like biodiversity, climate, sectors together. So I don't want to separate that now, but hopefully the agencies working on biodiversity would we would be seeing more of them in this room. And then I just like to emphasize that if we don't want to lose our habitat, I think around 70% we will be losing by 2100s of our habitats, and also our species about more than 40% by 2100s as well. If we will be doing the business as usual. So we will need forums like this that together we can discuss and then express our perspectives. For me, this is a very good enlightenment also, knowing the perspectives of the different sectors as well.
Thank you. Shruti, your final thoughts?
So I would come back to my point about collaboration and integration. I think I don't see a lot of local governments here, so maybe that is something that we should consider. We have a lot of the national government present over here, and these are opportunities where they can talk to each other, which they often do not get in their own countries. It is extremely difficult to get the local governments to talk to the national governments. And these kind of spaces are actually good if we can bring them together to discuss their issues together. So yeah, that is something that I would like to highlight, I think.
Thank you. And finally, Zohair, what would you like to see and hear next time we have APAN? How different, and what's going to be new?
Okay, maybe I will just ask a question to our audience, like they have asked us questions, so maybe. How many of you know about United Nations Environment Assembly? Can you just raise the hand? How many of you know United Nations Environment Assembly, UNIA? Very few people. It's kind of a new universal structure, and this is kind of mandated by UN. This is the body which comprises all the member states of United Nations, and they are the member states, they can make decisions. And the benefit of United Nations of Environment Assembly is that this assembly can make decisions on each and every environmental issues, obviously respecting the mandates of different environmental conventions. And next year, we are going to have the 6th session of UNIA 6. And the theme for UNIA 6 is very broad. And that is multilateral solutions and actions for climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And probably that's why UNEP has been so active, connecting the different issues and finding the nexus between biodiversity, climate, and pollution. And I really invite all of you to be active in UNIA process, because it's a very important issue, it's a very important platform. Because in different conventions, in the different COPs of different conventions, you'll find that they often avoid to discuss the areas of crossovers, saying that, oh, it's not our mandate to discuss about the nexus between biodiversity and climate. And at the same time, the Biodiversity Convention perhaps do the same. Okay, it's climate, so we shouldn't discuss about it. But Environment Assembly, they can do all these things. And they have resolutions over all these issues. So I'd like to invite you to check it, find the way to be part of it, and then push your agenda, whatever you have. And from the APAN Secretariat, from the APAN, I really appreciate that they actually thought about finding the nexus between biodiversity and climate. This is one of the most interesting sessions to me, and I was very much excited about it. But at the same time, I expect that APAN would maybe can also perhaps think of having stakeholder consultations or stakeholder assemblies before as a P-forum activity in the future. Maybe the youth consultation and the women and gender consultation, local assembly, local government consultation, so that we can have all those collective voice together during the main forum presented in these panels. and we can understand what we want from each other and how we can collaborate better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With such rich discussion, I'm not even going to attempt to summarize. I'm just picking out some of the key words that we've heard today, starting with, of course, convergence and collaboration, but how to translate that. I think co-benefit, which you also mentioned, Rachel, is an important term to illustrate what we're talking about, why we need climate and biodiversity addressed together. But it's also important, and one of you mentioned, to recognize, as part of a reality check, there are limits also of what we call as nature-based solutions. We were reminded again by IPCC. So I think it's not about silver bullet. It's about finding a good mix in a specific context in different countries and at different levels. I was very excited to hear about the question of 30 by 30. I would love to have a discussion more on that. But I think that 30 by 30 is a good example of being a target under CBD and biodiversity, but it in fact is being targeted to contribute so that we realize what we also agreed for the NDCs and from the Paris Agreement. So I think it's a good illustration of bringing them all together. I also take note, and I thank the delegation from Oceania and for reminding us that you're part of this Viga region. I'm Asian, but I have to say I look over, I'm on my way to Fiji from here, so I look forward to interacting with you. And to all of you, I think we have just started the dialogue. And if APAN, for the next time we meet around, we have more of this, and we also have more of biodiversity and climate people in the same room. I think we'll have more ideas, but also more commitments and actions moving forward. Again, on behalf of IUCN, I haven't said anything about my organization, because I really also want to listen to all of them. And thank you, Mr. Nasir, for pointing that out. These are the kinds of issues that we deal with as the IUCN, of bringing together as the triple planetary crisis, those that are concerned with climate and biodiversity and with waste and pollution, and also that we move together with concrete actions. I think Zahir made a point in an earlier session. He's been attending all these meetings, and many of us have professionalized, have made a career out of attending COPs. I'm sure many of us will see each other in Dubai in 3 months again. We also owe it to the next generation to make sure that we just don't keep talking about it meeting after meeting, but we also demonstrate that we are moving forward, even small steps. And that's, I think, the best gift that we give to the next generation of a better world that is more biodiverse, but also more climate resilient. And with that, I thank, and let's give a big hand to our panel for today's session.